The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by the Honorable Sam Harless of Harris County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members and guests in this great house. Please join me in a moment of prayer. Holy God, before going any further in discharging our duties and responsibilities, we again ask your help as we gather from 150 districts, 254 counties across this great state. May we be aware of not only our responsibilities to our districts, but also for the greater good of all in our state. May we reflect your cares and concerns as we seek to make Texas better, safer, healthier, and more robust. May we act with clarity of mind, compassion of hearts, and may our actions bring good results. And may you continue to watch over all the members and their families. All this is in your glory and in your name. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Bobby Guerra of Hidalgo County to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members, join me in honoring our great nation and our great state. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to these Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Representative Lucio because of important business on the motion of Representative Hernandez. Please excuse Representative Bella Montgomery to attend a funeral on the motion of Representative Metcalf. Please excuse Representative Burrows because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Metcalf. Please excuse Representative Huberty for today and the remainder of the week because of important business on the motion of Representative Murphy. So objection, chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, we have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 90, Rodriguez, sponsor Hughes, honoring the Texas.
Thank you. Members, we have a memorial recognition. Please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Sanford for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday we adjourned in honor of Jamie Munal. Mr. Munal is the father of a former chief of staff in our office and former policy director for the Republican caucus, Catherine Munal, who many of you may recall from last session. He leaves behind his wife, Tricia, and children, Catherine and Clayton Munal. Please keep the Munal family in your prayers.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Is Mr. Dutton on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education in a public hearing on Wednesday, April 28th upon final adjournment of recess or bill referral if permission is granted in room E1030 to consider House Bill 3880 by Dutton, Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 338 by Powell. And these were set yesterday, but we had a mistake, so we had to cancel the meeting, and we're having it today.
Members, you heard the motion. If objection to the motion, chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Okay, my bad. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education in a public hearing on Wednesday, April 28th upon final adjournment or recess or bill referral if permission is granted in room E1030 to consider House Bill 3880 by Dutton relating to students' eligibility for special education services provided by a school district, Senate Bill 28 by Betancourt relating to the approval of open enrollment charter schools, and Senate Bill 338 by Powell relating to the adoption of uniform general conditions for building construction contracts entered into by a school district. And I move passage.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Is Mr. Wilson on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request permission to introduce a House bill relating to Burnett County criminal magistrates.
Members, you heard the motion. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, the permission to introduce is granted. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading SB 538. The clerk would read the bill.
SB 538 by Blanco, relating to information technology purchased through the Department of Information Resources.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this expands the purchasing co-op agreements through the Department of Information Resources, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 538. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 140 ayes and 0 nays. HB 538 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 15. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 15 by Thompson of Harris, relating to the creation of the Brain Institute of Texas, granting authority to issue bonds.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, remember, this is a bill that we passed on yesterday, and I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 15. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. All members voting. There being 107 ayes, 36 nays, HB 15 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 956. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 956 by Dutton, relating to the places where certain knives are prohibited.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday, which allows knives over 5.5 inches to be placed in a place with a 51% sign. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 956. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 142 ayes, 2 nays. HB 956 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2318. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2318 by Guerin, relating to the content and numbering of propositions on the ballot.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 2318 simply says that if more than one political subdivision's proposition appear on the ballot, each proposition will have it be assigned a different letter of the alphabet. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2318. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Sir. All members voting. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2318 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4579. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4579 by Burrows, related to the powers, duties, and bond authority of the Lubbock Redevelopment Authority, providing authority to impose a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chairman Burrows' bill from yesterday that has to do with Lubbock Redevelopment Authority. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4579. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 140 ayes, 5 nays. HB 4579 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2593. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2593 by Moody, relating to the criminal penalties for the possession of certain tetrahydrocannabidiol under the Texas Controlled Substances Act.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill right-sizes punishment and brings it in alignment with our current leaf cannabis laws. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2593. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 108 ayes, 33 nays, HB 2593 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1930. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1930 by Wally, relating to the landlord and tenant dispute information reported by Justice Courts to the Office of Court Administration of the Texas Judicial System and made accessible to the public.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill aggregates eviction data by who has legal representation. I'm sorry. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 1930. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 82 ayes, 59 nays, HB 1930 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3233 by Moody, relating to the establishment by certain counties and hospital districts of disease control pilot programs to reduce their risk of certain infectious and communicable diseases, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. While I love the concept of expanding these programs that are well tested and proven in Bexar County, the most important part of this bill, I think, was added yesterday by an amendment from Ms. Minhadas, which was aptly naming this bill after our former colleague, Ruth Jones McClendon. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3233. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 81 ayes, 57 nays, HB 3233 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 363 by Van Dever, relating to restricting the use of personally identifiable student information by an operator of a website, online service, online application, or mobile application used for a school purpose and providing an exemption from certain restrictions for a national assessment provider.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that protects student data. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 363. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 363 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2509. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2509 by Lucio, relating to measures to support or enhance graduate medical education for the practice of pediatric medicine in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This expands the definition of graduate medical program to include pediatric medicine, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2509. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 116 ayes, 25 nays, HB 2509 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2414. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2414 by Davis, relating to the requirement that a person present photo identification to file a document in the real property records of a county.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday to give the clerks tools to protect one's identities.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2414. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 138 ayes, 5 nays, HB 2414 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 409. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 409 by Cortez, relating to waivers for entrance fees to state parks and certain hunting and fishing license fees for resident first responders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, House Bill 409 will give back to our first responders by waiving entrance fees. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 409. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show Mr. Kraus voting aye. There have been 134 ayes, 10 nays. HB 409 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1804. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1804 by Meyer, relating to prohibition against the appropriation of money to settle or pay a sexual harassment claim made against certain members of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of state government or their staff.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1804 prohibits the state legislature, state agencies, political subdivisions from appropriating or using appropriated funds to settle or pay sexual harassment claim made against an elected official, their staff, or person that has been appointed by the governor. Again, members, perpetrators should be held personally responsible for their actions. Bad actors should not be bailed out by the taxpayers for their unacceptable conduct, and I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a perfected amendment to make sure that we cover charter schools as well in this bill. Move adoption.
Mr. Canales has an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The Question occurring on final passage of HB 1804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1804 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 853. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 853 by Cook, relating to possession of and access to a child less than 3 years of age.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 853 codifies principles for children under age 3 and also authorizes and mandates that judges approve agreements by the parties. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 853. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 137 ayes, 7 nays, HB 853 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 962. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 962 by Busey, relating to the hours of instruction required for driver training.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 962 raises the behind-the-wheel driving hours for newly permitted drivers under 18 to 50 hours. This bill will save lives and keep our community safe. In Texas, our teenagers have a crash rate of 14.17%. In other states with 50 or more hours, that drops to 9.3%. This is a simple measure, no cost, that will help save Texas teens' lives.
Speaker?
I move.
Mr. Biederman, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yields for questions. Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, this sounds like a good bill, but you know what happens when parents are teaching their kids to drive. A lot of them really just kind of fake on the reports and say they took them out driving, they didn't. You're just adding 10 more hours to some of the aggravation for some of these parents. Isn't that right?
I think what this bill does is that it's going to help save teenagers' lives behind the wheel.
How do you know that? How do you know that? The bill hasn't passed. How do you know it's going to save lives?
I'm comparing it to other states that have this level of training.
Is that because so many of us had our children that have, we taught them to drive, and it's been this way for so many years. It's 10 more hours is just an abusive burden for our people to be able to,
I don't think
it's not shown, there's no proof that it's going to help save any lives.
What's your question, sir?
I said, how do you prove this is going to save lives?
In states that do this level of training, the crash rate drops from 14 to 9%.
So you're saying when they passed a similar bill, it went down that much?
It went down. I'll say this, sir. You vote for this today, in 2 sessions, we'll look at the data and we'll repeal it if it didn't help.
Well, there you go. Let's pass the bill and then see what happens. That's what you're saying. So
this bill's going to save our teenagers' lives. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 962. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shows of BC voting aye. There being 74 ayes, 71 nays. HB 962 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1164. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1164 by Oliverson, relating to the designation of centers of excellence for the management and treatment of placenta-accreta spectrum disorder.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Members, this bill will lower maternal mortality in Texas fairly instantaneously by drawing attention to placenta accreta, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1164. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 137 ayes, 5 nays, HB 1164 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1903. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1903 by Wally, relating to the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1903 creates the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact only if 10 states agree to join the compact and join Texas as well. It allows Texas to join as well. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1903. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1903 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3041. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3041 by Frank, relating to the procedures and grounds for taking possession of a child and authorizing a family preservation services pilot program as an alternative to removal in suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill defines eligibility and establishes a pilot program for 2 regions that will be used to provide alternatives to removal into foster care. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3041. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell voting aye. All members voting. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3041 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1468. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1468 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to curriculum and eligibility requirements for the provision of local remote learning to qualify for state funding and calculation of average daily attendance.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 1468 creates an avenue for school districts and charters to create their own virtual educational programs and would allow districts to combine local remote learning with physical classes. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1468. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 135 ayes, 9 nays, HB 1468 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2106. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2106 by Perez, relating to the prevention, identification, investigation, and enforcement of payment card fraud, providing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the HB 2106 is the cleanup bill we discussed yesterday addressing card skimmers at the gas pumps that transfers rulemaking authority to TDLR and establishes a financial crimes intelligence center. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2106. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. All members voting. There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2106 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2268. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2268 by Paul, relating to disconnection notices for water and sewer service.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that makes sure that you can't turn off your water without proper notification. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 137 ayes, 7 nays, HB 2268 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1427. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1427 by Shaheen, relating to the disclosure of negotiated rates requested by members of the legislature from certain healthcare vendors that contract with this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1427 grants a member of the legislature the ability to request information regarding negotiated rates from a healthcare vendor. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1427. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1427 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1434. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1434 by Oliverson, relating to limitations on public examinations, authorizing disciplinary action, including an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Members, this bill will prevent the women of Texas undergoing surgical procedures from having an unnecessary pelvic exam performed while they're unconscious without consent, and I would strongly urge you to vote aye. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1434. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1434 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2557. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2557 by Rogers, relating to a school security volunteer program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2557 would allow school districts in a county with a population under 150,000 to design a plan for an honorably discharged veteran or honorably retired qualified law enforcement officer to provide security on a voluntary basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2557. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 119 ayes, 22 nays, HB 2557 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2315. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2315 by Turner of Dallas, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offenses of racing on a highway and organized criminal activity involving that conduct, and to the forfeiture of contraband relating to that conduct, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will give law enforcement additional tools to clamp down on dangerous, illegal street racing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2315. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Coffin voting aye. Show Mr. Stuckey voting aye. All members voting. There being 107 ayes, 34 nays, HB 2315 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2120 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to school district hearings regarding complaints.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2120 would codify the timeline in which school boards, administrators of independent school districts and charter schools can process complaints or grievances. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2120 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2309. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2309 by Dominguez, relating to the penalties for the illegal use of a parking space or area designated specifically for persons with disabilities, increasing criminal fines.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dominguez to explain the bill.
House Bill 2309 aims to mitigate recurring illegal use of parking spaces for our disabled Texans. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2309. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dominguez voting aye. All members voted. There being 130 ayes, 13 nays, HB 2309 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2787 by Middleton, relating to the repeal of certain Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 exemption provisions relating to pharmacy benefits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Middleton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2787 creates one uniform system of pharmacy and pharmacist audits for commercial health plans and by pharmacy benefit managers. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2787. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2787 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1818. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1818 by Patterson, relating to the source of dogs and cats sold by pet stores, providing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that you all heard yesterday, as we do every time on third reading, that saves our furry family members. I move passage.
Mr. Biederman, for what purpose?
Speaker. Will gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Why not?
The gentleman yields.
Hey, Representative. So yesterday we heard a lot about 4%. We kept hearing 4%. And your big concern is puppy mills, is that correct?
Well, this bill doesn't shut down all puppy mills, but this does stop part of their pipeline into our market.
But yesterday your big reason was 4%. It's only 4% for these sales to these large retail outlets, correct?
Yes, people buy 4% of dogs that are sold are from retail pet stores.
So for 4% of puppies being sold from puppy mills, possibly, not all from puppy mills, maybe 2%, maybe 1%. We're passing this bill to try to stop that for 1% maybe of these animals being sold. Is that correct?
Those are your numbers.
Excuse me?
Those are your numbers.
No, your numbers are 4% total.
No, you just
and
said
not
1%.
all sales. Let me finish. Not all sales to these retail stores are from puppy mills, correct?
I don't know that.
Puppy stores, these large stores only buy from puppy mills. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
So only 4% of the sales of 4% is all of the sales from these stores that you're concerned about, correct?
I didn't say that.
You said 4% of the sales is all they have in selling animals at these large stores, correct?
Most responsible pet owners, and I would suggest probably every member of this body, if they have a dog, either adopted a dog or selected a dog from a breeder.
I asked you a question. You said over and over and over yesterday, 4% of the sales, that's all they have is 4% of the sales, so it's not going to hurt these stores. Is that correct?
I'm trying to figure out where you're going. You've asked the same question 10 times.
Did you say 4% is all the sales on animals in these large pet stores, correct?
For dogs and cats, that's correct.
Dogs and cats, okay. So 4%, do these large stores only buy from puppy mills?
I didn't say that they only buy from puppy mills.
Okay, if 4% is all their sales are and they don't buy all from puppy mills, it may be 2% benefit of not buying from puppy mills, maybe 1%, maybe 0.5%. So this bill is to try to protect maybe less than 4% of animals being purchased from a puppy mill, correct?
Those are your numbers?
Those are your numbers, sir. Is that correct?
Those are your numbers?
No, your numbers are 4%. You said 4%.
You're saying 0.5%, sir? You're making up things because
less
fake
than
dog
4%.
groups were created in the last week to oppose
All I'm
this
saying,
bill?
my question is, this bill is not protecting what you think it's protecting, and I'm against the bill.
Well, we'll leave it up to the House floor to decide that. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1818. This is a record vote. Mr. Tinderholt has requested strict enforcement. Please vote from your desk. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote from your desk, members. All members voting. There will be 85 ayes, 54 nays. HB 1818 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2766. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2766 by Rogers, relating to the creation of a rural dual credit pilot program by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2766 would create a pilot program for a rural dual credit grant program for 10 small and medium enrollment public junior colleges to provide financial assistance to students who are economically disadvantaged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2766. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Rogers voting aye. All members voting. There being 136 ayes, 6 nays, HB 2766 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3938. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3938 by Bella Kaufman, relating to the establishment of the Industry-Based Certification Advisory Council and the transfer of certain duties to that advisory council.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3938 creates an advisory council that would establish a process, criteria, and timeline for consideration and selection of industry-based certifications. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3938. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3938 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3961. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3961 by Spiller, relating to the required posting of information regarding the Office of the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman on certain long-term care facilities' internet websites.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3961 merely adds an additional requirement of long-term care facilities post the Ombudsman program information on their website. This bill will help families, guardians, persons holding a power of attorney to get help in the future, make government-funded resources available to them as intended. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3961. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3961 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3271. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3271 by Ordaz Perez, relating to establishing a program to assist micro businesses by increasing access to capital.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that provides access to capital for our Texas small businesses. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3271. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 97 ayes, 43 nays, HB 3271 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3376. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1438. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1438 by Bettencourt, relating to the effect of a disaster on the calculation of certain tax rates and the procedure for adoption of a tax rate by a taxing unit.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1438 restructures the property tax disasters exceptions added last session by SB 2 and clarifies that these exceptions only apply to disasters causing physical property damage. 1438 limits a taxing unit's ability to increase taxes by 8% following a disaster to disasters causing physical property damage within the taxing unit, clarifies that pandemics and epidemics are not eligible disasters to allow a taxing unit to exceed the voter approval tax rate, and ensures that when a taxing unit is allowed to exceed the voter approval tax rate following a disaster, the amount of the increase is not considered when calculating the taxing unit's voter approval tax rate in future years. Finally, it requires taxing units to specify which disaster the taxing unit is using to qualify for the disaster provisions to provide additional transparency. I have one clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply clarifies that this bill does not apply to schools. I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. His objection to the option amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Murphy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murphy to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1438 protects taxpayers from long-term property tax increases. This simply ensures that taxpayers are also protected when the taxing unit is allowed to increase taxes following a disaster, to limit it to the 3-year period, and after that, you have to go back and vote as we did in SB 2. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Murphy sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. His objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is also another clarifying amendment to make sure that property owners that have disaster in disaster areas get their reduction or get their reclassification on the year that it happens. It is acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage at third reading, SB 1438. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1438 is passed at third reading. Mr. Meyer moves to lay House Bill 3376 on the table, subject to call. Is objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out HB 4492 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4492 by Patty, relating to the restructuring of certain electric utility providers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4492 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you heard the motion. There's objection. Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 2000 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2000 by Huberty, relating to the funding of utility reliability projects by the Texas Water Development Board and other entities, authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds, granting rulemaking authority, and making an appropriation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2000 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you heard the motion. There's objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out HJR 2 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 2 by Huberty, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the State Utilities Reliability Fund and the State Utilities Reliability Revenue Fund to provide financial support for projects that enhance the reliability of water, electricity, natural gas, and broadband utilities in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 2 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1981. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1981 by Craddock, relating to the release by the comptroller of unclaimed property to certain persons.
The chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, today the comptroller currently has 8 ways to release funds, and this gives him a 9th option. We talked about it in committee, and what it does is it expedites the process for returning money to Texans. It allows a person holding a limited power of attorney from the reported owner or their heirs to receive unclaimed property. It's very important to the industry that I'm in, the oil and gas industry, because of all the small pieces that are held at the comptroller's office. The limited power of attorney must be, one, under this bill, be signed by 2 witnesses. The witness must be 14 years of age. It must be in their own handwriting. Signatures must be notarized. Each witness shall provide current name, physical address, telephone number, driver's license number, and state of issuance of the driver's license. We've taken care of the fraud aspect in it, and if there are no questions, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the passing of engrossment of HB 1981. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1981 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1485. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1485 by Turner of Tarrant, relating to the regulation of elevator mechanics and contractors requiring an occupational registration.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1485 seeks to ensure the safety of our state's elevators and escalators by requiring that all individuals who are directly involved in their installation, servicing, and maintenance are trained and qualified. And I'm going to lay out the bill a little further, but I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner of Tarrant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply extends the deadline for the rulemaking process to be completed from March 31st of 2022 until June 30th of 2022. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Turner sends an amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner of Tarrant voting aye. All members voting. There being 71 ayes, 67 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, that amendment, and just in case anyone didn't catch what it was, simply extends the rulemaking an additional 3 months for this process for TDLR. But to lay out this bill a little more further, in a little more detail, HB 1485 requires those who work on elevator equipment, both mechanics and their apprentices, to be registered with TDLR, properly trained and continually educated on industry best practices. This is not, and I repeat, it is not an occupational licensing requirement. There is no such requirement in this bill. The goal of the bill is simple. It's to provide much-needed transparency to consumers, giving them confidence they're hiring people they can trust to do the job the right way. And this bill incorporates...
Mr. Biederman, for what purpose?
Does Representative yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll be happy to yield in a moment after I finish laying out the bill. Thank you. This bill is heavily negotiated, and it comes to this floor incorporating a great deal of stakeholder feedback and witness testimony that we received to make sure it achieves the goal of safety while making it this transition as easy as possible for those in the industry. So, to that end, mechanics who can demonstrate at least 5 years of experience will have the opportunity to be grandfathered into satisfying the registration requirement, which expedites their registration process. In order to prevent over-regulation, specialists within the elevator industry will have requirements that are tailored to their work while also having the opportunity to be grandfathered in. And that's why this bill now has support from all aspects of the industry. And again, it's a heavily negotiated product. I want to thank TDLR for their expertise in helping guide this process and answer our questions. And I would be happy at this point to answer any questions.
Mr. Biederman?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Representative yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
I just want to clarify. You said that this does not require an occupational license, a new license?
That's right. What it requires is registration. And in order to meet the registration requirements, it requires certain education and training.
So basically that's the same as requiring some type of a license. You have to register. And what is the requirement to register?
Well, Mr. Biederman, I think there are differences between licensing and registration. This bill simply is saying that if someone is an elevator mechanic or otherwise works on elevator maintenance and construction, that they have to be registered with the Department of Licensing and Regulation. And in order to be registered, they have to have certain minimum education requirements. And there are multiple options provided for in the bill, again, based on stakeholder feedback, so that there are a multitude of options available to people who work in this industry to be able to achieve those education requirements.
Are you aware that Texas already regulates these elevators, escalators, and related equipment under their Health and Safety Code, Chapter 754?
Well, you're right. Texas currently requires elevator inspectors to be registered and elevator contractors.
Are you aware
it does
how
not
many...
require, but let me finish answering your question. It does not require, however, elevator mechanics or apprentices, the people who actually do the work, to be registered or to have any specific training. And that's all this bill does, is the people who are actually doing the work. I mean, we've all seen the work on the elevators here in the Capitol over the last few months since we've been in session. Just make sure that people that are working on elevators have a certain baseline of education and training so they know the industry best practices, and that will enhance safety for those who ride elevators and be good for property owners as well to see that their equipment is safe on their property.
So are you saying the Capitol could hire somebody just out of the back of his pickup truck just to repair their elevators? Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah, so I mean, right now, and I'm not suggesting that happened here or anywhere else, but right now there would be nothing if, to prevent someone from saying, hey, we need some help working on this elevator, give us a hand. I'm not qualified to do that kind of work.
Sure.
And I would want to make sure that anyone who's working on an elevator, which is a very safe and reliable form of transport, but we know, unfortunately, tragically, there have been instances because of poor maintenance that there have been tragedies, including catastrophic injuries and deaths, result from poorly maintained elevators.
So how many of these have happened?
This bill will help further ensure the safety of our fellow Texans.
Well, TDLR already provides data for that information. So how many of these problems have they found over the last number of years? According to TDLR, they've inspected 56,000 elevators. They found 44 violations, and only 2 of those violations had to do with anything that may be close to an accident.
So, Representative Biederman, what I would say to you is that unfortunately tragedies have taken place. In 2018, I believe it was, there was a it was in early 2019 at a hospital in Tarrant County. There was a nurse catastrophically injured, and she suffered brain damage because the elevator didn't stop, because the brakes were worn and the elevator did not stop.
Was that due to a mechanic that wasn't registered?
In 2003, there was an instance of someone being decapitated in an elevator.
Was that due to somebody that wasn't registered or licensed to fix an elevator?
Well, again, this is not a licensing bill. As many times as you want to call it a licensing bill, that's not what this is.
A company that wasn't registered?
So,
members, please take your conversations outside the chamber.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So,
Mr. Slayton, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be happy to yield.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Your bill, does it impose a fee if someone's in violation?
Does it impose a fee?
Is there going to be a fee? Is it registration fee? Is it new?
There is a fee to register, yes, if that's what you're asking. There's a fee to register, and I will tell you exactly what that fee is. It is $30 per mechanic registrant and $20 per apprentice registrant.
Okay, and is this a brand new fee, or is that
yes,
correct?
it's a new registration program, so yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1485 under Rule 8, Section 1B.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. If there are no further questions, I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 1485. A record vote has been requested by Representative Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. Ring. Show Representative King voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 62 ayes, 78 nays. House Bill 1485 fails to pass to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 570. On second reading, the clerk will ring the bill.
HB 570 by Patty, relating to small business recovery funds and insurance tax credits for certain investments in those funds, imposing a monetary penalty and authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Representative Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, HB 570 is a Rural Jobs Act that you actually, we passed twice last session in this House and got caught up in the Senate. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patty.
Chair recognizes Representative Patty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It just makes a change on page 7, lines 18 and 19, and takes out in a calendar year, approving not more than $500 million of investment authority. And it's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Representative Patty sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Patty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 570. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 570 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Murphy for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, if you haven't done your filming, which is largely true for the Decimates video, we're filming today. Get your Decimate back there. Should take you just a minute or two, and it'll really help us get our leg up on this thing as we get our filming done. Thank you, members.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 548. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 548 by Frank, relating to the licensing of certain military veterans as healthcare providers to practice in underserved areas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, HB 548 would allow military physicians and nurses who want to retire from active duty and continue to live and work in Texas to waive into a Texas license and continue to practice in Texas once they leave active duty if they are licensed in good standing in another state and want to serve in a medically underserved part of the state. It helps address our shortage of medical care providers in large parts of the state and help our defense communities. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 548. All those say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 548 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 859, and the clerk will read the bill.
HB 859 by Collier, relating to the expunction of all records and files related to arrests for certain decriminalized misdemeanor offenses.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill would create a framework to expunge misdemeanor offenses that have been statutorily decriminalized by the legislature. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 859. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 859 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2283, and the clerk will read the bill.
HB 2283 by King of Parker, relating to the funding of and expenditures made by certain bodies governing elections.
Chair recognizes Mr. Parker, King of Parker, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this really is a bipartisan election bill. Little history. Of course, since the early 1900s, we've had laws in Texas that kept transparency in all monies that were contributed by individuals, corporations, and such in elections, whether it was a direct contribution or one through a PAC or one through which some people have called dark money. So a new idea came up with someone last election cycle, and someone in another state took $350 million, put it in a 501c3 in Chicago, and that 501c3 sent money in large sums directly to election administrators' offices around the country. Through open records requests, we found that at least 114 counties in Texas received money. Some of those were as large as $10 million, $15 million. There's no accountability, no transparency. Last time it was from a group that was Democrat in nature and philosophy, but I will guarantee you now that it's been figured out that you're going to have Republicans doing this in this next election. That's just not good for any of us. I think it opens a door to a wide range of corruption opportunities, and I do have a perfecting amendment, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions about it.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Parker.
Chair recognizes King of Parker to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this just clarifies that business entity means corporation, association, partnership, limited liability company. I'm trying just to capture everything through which money could be given. And then the other piece of it just clarifies again that this doesn't apply to food and drink contributions or things $1,000 or less, you know, where people are feeding people at the polls and stuff like that. It just makes sure that people understand that that's not prohibited. And I would move adoption.
Mr. King of Parker sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. King of Parker to close on the bill.
I just want me to do it. Did we do that on that one? Where's your bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this really is a bipartisan act, and I really would appreciate your favorable vote for the bill.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a clarifying question?
Certainly.
Thank you, Representative King. I just want to make sure, does this bill prohibit organizations from offering snacks or beverages to those voters who are in line?
No, absolutely not. And in fact, I put that last amendment we put on was to make sure that nobody in their wildest dreams could ever think it has anything to do with food, drink, even de minimis contributions of like $1,000 or less.
Okay. Okay, but did your last amendment only apply to election workers, or did it also apply to voters?
It applied to, it had nothing to do with the people in the lines. It only has to do with the money going to the election administrators. And it said that it did not apply to, it excluded donations of food and beverage or federal funds.
Okay, so does your bill even touch upon offering food or beverages to people
No.
who are in line to vote, to potential voters?
No, it doesn't touch it at all. And that's a wonderful practice. We ought to keep doing that.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, okay, so then you're talking about situations where someone says, oh, you guys are working all day. I'm going to offer you a meal for today because you're
fine.
working at the polls.
That's fine. The bill specifically allows that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure. Thank
Yeah,
you so
thank
much.
you.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody just put something in front of me.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Take your time.
All right. Would you accept an amendment that says this section does not prohibit the acceptance of an in-kind contribution of food or beverage for election workers during the administration of an election, an in-kind contribution of food or beverages for voters that are in line at a polling site, which you already said this bill doesn't apply to.
And the amendment I just put on did that.
And any state or federal funds administered or distributed by the Secretary of State, including funds administered and distributed under Section 31.009.
I would accept that amendment. We had one that I think Mr. Kane was working on that did just that, but it didn't get ready in time. I don't think it's necessary because nothing in the bill deals with that. That's a whole different section of law that allows federal funds to flow through. You know, right now, ones come through the Secretary of State and then they go out to the election administrators. There's also federal funds that come directly to the election administrator from the Fed, and it doesn't affect those either. But if you feel we want to do a boots and suspenders,
can I bring it down to you?
let's do that.
Can I bring it down to you?
You can.
Yes, excuse me.
Mr. Kane, would you mind coming down here? Because I know you had an amendment that did the same thing.
Ms. Collier, he's closing on his bill.
What'd you do? Did you call a point? What'd you do?
Mr. King, you may continue.
Members, thank you, Madam Speaker, members. We're going to do a third reading amendment. It's just a little clarification tomorrow, and I appreciate the representative's work on this. And with that, I would move passage.
Madam Speaker, would the
Mr.
gentleman
Clark, for what purpose?
yield for question?
Mr. King, do you yield? Mr. King, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Chairman King, concerning this, we heard this bill in elections. I think it's an important bill because you agree with me that there are certain functions that should be exclusively paid for and run by government, whether federal, or state, or local. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And the concern I think that you have is that we see dark money, outside money, perhaps with benign intent, but that over time this can change into something where we weaponize the funding of elections. And that's not good for either party. Is that the intent of your bill?
Yeah, we have, there's no transparency. We don't know how money was spent, will be spent. It's just the only place in the election system that we don't have transparency and law to regulate and govern contributions. This is a new loophole somebody figured out, and we just know it's going to get out of hand on both sides.
And I will represent to you that through elections, we've not heard any testimony on any bill, but particularly with respect to the bill that you filed, that talks about that some election was unable to be performed successfully because of a shortage of funds, whether by the local government or by the state or a federal level. At the present time, it does seem that we are able to fully fund elections. Would you agree with that?
There's no question. I haven't heard anything to the contrary.
And then it would be incumbent upon this chamber and other chambers around the country and other governmental entities and bodies, if more funds are needed, to pull that out of those budgets. Because, again, I think the people, would you agree that people should have confidence that their tax dollars pay for unbiased, fair, transparent elections?
I agree.
All right. Thank you for bringing this bill. I encourage everyone to support it.
Speaker?
Mr. Irving Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman answer a couple questions for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative King, you know, one of the things that I'm well aware of is that you represent a party that truly believes in local control. Why wouldn't we have local control in this particular situation?
Well, we do. It's just that there's no transparency. There's no accountability. Literally, I talked to my county election administrator, and she said that she kept getting text messages, hey, go to this website and fill out this form and you'll get money. After about the third or fourth text message, she finally did, and she got, I don't know, $35,000, which wasn't a lot of money, but she got that amount of money directly into her elections administration office. There's no accountability as to how it's funded. It doesn't go through the county budget process. It's not present to the voters. Like I said, some counties, one county got $15 million. It also creates an unequal. Some counties, we found on the low end, one county that received a grant
but Representative,
got 38 cents per person. Another county got $5 or $6 and something per person. So then we end up unequally funding counties and giving one county an advantage over another. It's just got problems throughout it.
What about our small counties and our rural counties that may need some support? Are you prohibiting or precluding the smaller counties that may need some private support? You're prohibiting them also?
They can receive donations of up to $1,000.
$1,000. So you're setting the budget for them?
No, ma'am. The county commissioners court would be setting the budget as they do for all county agencies. And then this would just deal with third-party donations. In this last count, it was all from out of state to a county.
So the question I would have for you, sir, then, since you're saying there's no transparency, would you be exceptions of an amendment that say they can accept more if they disclose where those dollars come from and how those dollars are spent?
No, ma'am, and I thought about that, and here's why. Because in this case, those grants came out and were literally received near and even, I believe, I strongly suspect, during the election time itself. And there's no time for scrutiny of those. In other words, it would be like one of your opponents getting a $1 million contribution and you not knowing about it until after the election was over, or until, because there's no way to require that to be appointed. It just literally came by filling out a form and a grant, and you don't know that your opponent got it.
So disclosure would not help you, or
I don't
help.
think the way these private funds are coming, I mean, we have an elections code.
Hold on, Madam Chair, I can't hardly hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So we have a very well-defined, well-understood series of law that governs campaign contributions, the things we all have to file, the registration we have to do in advance to be a PAC, how donations are checked, and they have to be reported at different intervals. This is third-party money, literally, that could come from another nation, literally. And there's just nothing in place to really make sure that that is received. And I'll tell you, this was from a particular billionaire. There's a whole lot of Republican billionaires that are going to want to take advantage of this next time.
I hear you, Representative.
It is not an appropriate means of funding elections.
I hear you. My only concern is this, and finally, is we're taking away local control from our elections. That's a concern that I have. But thank you for answering my question.
I understand that, and all these things are balancing acts. But I think in the end of this one, it just really worries me that this could be abused and will be abused by both sides. And I think it's just dangerous for elections to be being paid for by somebody other than the government.
Thanks for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. King, do you yield?
Certainly.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman King, if you can help me understand, when it comes to a location, a polling location, in many cases there are government buildings, but in other cases it may be a church. That church is donating that location to the elections, and because of the length of the election, you can argue that's over $1,000.
Yes, this bill specifically does not impact that.
How does any location, how do we determine the cost of any location that is donated to an election as a polling location?
Those are not taken into consideration in current election law nor in this.
So it's an in-kind contribution. So let's say, as an example, if Mark Cuban in Dallas or any other sports arena allows their arena to be used as a polling location, in this case, in a pandemic, just for more.
That's a very good question. So using a church, using some other private building, in no way fits under the definition of in-kind contribution.
So if I'm donating an arena for 3 weeks, that's not an in-kind contribution?
No, not under the current election law either.
So are we talking then only about dollars that are considered in-kind? So it has to be monetary, but not a physical in-kind contribution?
The intent of the bill was to stop cash from coming in. A good question was raised, well, could county election offices provide water to its polling workers and sandwiches to it? And so we put specifically in there that it does not, that they can, there's nothing in this bill to restrict them from doing food and drink to their election workers. Somebody said, well, what if it's a small donation to do hand sanitizer or something like that? So that's why we put in there that it also, if it's $1,000 or less, it's not prohibited by
Chairman,
the bill.
I had no intention on asking this question. I was just thinking it through there, thinking of the physical location. Yes. Certainly, if you had to rent it, it'd be worth way more than $1,000, and I think it could be defined.
The bill specifically doesn't allow a location to be considered as an in-kind donation.
I'm going to continue to read through it, and then maybe we can continue
please
the
do it.
conversation.
If you got any questions between now and third reading, let me know.
Okay, thank you.
But those are good questions. They all came up.
Thank you, sir.
And
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Mr. King, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative King. What is the concern that the bill is trying to address. I'm sorry if you stated that already. I just didn't hear it. But what is the problem if a nonprofit or other organization makes a donation of more than $1,000 to an elections authority?
That it would be used, well, it does two things. One, it gives one county advantages over another county in terms of funding for elections. As I said, it went from anywhere from 38 cents per capita within that county to well over, I think it was $6.34, something like that. But the larger concern is that you have large sums. We haven't traced down all the funds yet, but we know of $39 million that came into Texas from out of state, all out of Chicago. And those funds are not scrutinized. They aren't known how the money was spent. In Dallas County, for example, I was trying not to get into any specifics because I'm trying to look prospectively, not retrospectively. But in Dallas County, there was a series of concerns that came up. Some of the county commissioners became concerned because one member of the court had been able to direct $800,000 of that money, according to the Dallas Morning News, to their campaign consultant to do mail and things of that nature. The county commissioners pulled up this issue, made it an issue before the court, and prohibited that act from taking place. So there's just, when money flows directly into an election office to in any way fund campaigns, it is just ripe with problems, and we don't have any regulatory thing in place to govern that.
Well, Representative King, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, we already have laws in place, do we not, to prohibit an elections administration, an elections authority from in any way being involved in a campaign? I mean, aren't these funds used to enhance voter awareness, voter participation?
Well, that's part of the problem. We don't know how
publicity about when and where to vote, that type of thing?
That's part of the problem, since the whole process was a 10-question form that you filled out on the internet. We don't know how those monies were used. And if it was your opponent, we wouldn't know how those monies were used for or against anything in Tarrant County, if ever, certainly until the election was over. And then only if you went and did some kind of open records request after the election and tried to challenge those funds.
So do we have any evidence or indication at all that any of these funds that you're concerned about were used for anything other than increasing voter awareness of when and where to vote, publicizing probably things like early voting, like how to submit an application for a ballot by mail? Or increasing staff at polling places which were really busy? Is there any indication that funds were used for anything other than those, what I would argue, are very legitimate purposes?
Since it was a brand new occurrence to us,
I'm sorry,
the only thing I can point to, because we haven't been able to.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since it was a brand new occurrence, the only one I can point you to is what occurred in Dallas County, and there were a number of Dallas Morning News articles that you could pull up and read about that. But I will tell you that through open records request, all of the money came from one entity in Chicago, except $250,000 went to one county from Arnold Schwarzenegger, from his organization. But again, Representative, I think the philosophy that we've had in Texas is that elections ought to be funded by the government in a very transparent and regulated process. When money comes in, maybe 3 weeks before the general election date or whatever it may be, in millions of dollars that nobody knows about, probably until after the election, it's just ripe for corruption from all sides. And I really think now, if in the interim we want to come up with a long list of regulations and rules to govern this, maybe that's something to think about. But to me, this is scary, and it's dangerous, and it's ripe for corruption, and you and I can both think of people that would take advantage of that.
Sure. Well, I would just submit that if I think our laws are plenty strong right now to ensure that elections officials are in no way improperly interfering the outcome of any election. But if for any reason we thought that there were inadequate safeguards around funds, be they donated funds or other funds, then we should consider what those guardrails would be as opposed to a blanket prohibition. Because I think that what is known, my guess is that funds were perhaps donated because Texas, as you know, has a historically low voter participation rate. We tend to rank near the bottom nationally. And I would just think that this is an opportunity for us to increase civic participation, and as long as counties or other elections authorities are using those funds in accordance with that, and I don't think we've seen any indication that they're not, then that ought to be our focus, not trying to limit the funds. But
if during the interim you wanted to try to come up with some rules to govern that kind of stuff, I'd be happy to work with you. I think now with an election just not too many months away, it's just disturbing, and I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything. I just think it's a new practice, and it's just trepidatious at best.
Madam Speaker?
Ms. Tranchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Mr. King, will you yield?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman King, do you, does this bill only apply to local entities that hold elections?
Yes.
Would you accept an amendment that would have this also apply to the Secretary of State, the Chief Elections Officer of the state? If the principle is good enough for locals, it should be good enough for our Secretary of State, right?
I'm not sure what, because the Secretary of State doesn't carry out the election process.
But they are the Chief Elections Officer.
I'm not sure what your amendment would be trying to accomplish. I'm sorry. We went to quite a bit of extent.
If the principle that you're espousing is that you don't want to keep, you want to keep money out of sort of potential corruption in elections, and elections administrators, by accepting this money, might somehow either create the appearance of impropriety or be actually corrupted, and I think that was the line of inquiry earlier, then it should apply to the Chief Elections Officer of the state, should it not?
Well, the monies that the Secretary of State sends out, so let's pretend the Secretary of State got $1 million from the Fed or $1 million from a private source. They still send those through the current system that's in place down to the county commissioners and to the elections administrator. So, but I'm not aware that occurs.
I'm talking about the principle, though. Like, if you believe that this money is somehow sort of corrupting or polluting the system, then it should apply up and down, should it not?
The gentleman's time has expired. The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 2283. A record vote has been requested by Representative Allen. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. Elsie voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Capri-Leon voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes, 61 nays, House Bill 2283 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4313. The clerk will read the bill. Read the bill.
HB 4313 by vote, relating to the enforcement of insurance laws, including laws governing the unauthorized business of insurance, authorizing administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vo for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4313, 10 a.m. Monday, May the 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2201. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2201 by Ashby, relating to the location of pits used in the production of oil and gas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Bill 2201 instructs the Railroad Commission to establish rules formalizing their current practice of considering recent flood history when making a determination on the location of a commercial oil and gas waste facility. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to close on the bill. The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 2201. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2201 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1492 by Herrero, relating to the administration of navigation districts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a bill specific to the Port of Corpus Christi. This is a bill that was voted out unanimously from the Transportation Committee. And what this bill does, it gives the navigation district in Corpus Christi the ability to have a firefighting service. It allows for the tariffs to be considered implied contracts. And there is another amendment that was brought forth by Vallejo that I intend to bring forth for consideration, and it is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Herrero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is a one-page amendment brought to us by Vallejo. It has been considered by the Port of Corpus Christi and other refineries along the ship channel. And this tightens up the language to make sure that a rate, fee, or charge rule or ordinance is only enforceable under this section if the rate, fee, charge, rule, or ordinance is actually authorized by existing code or a federal existing code as well. Also, as it relates to the implied and express contracts, it makes it clear if there's any conflict between an express contract that the express contract actually prevails. And then it also, again, makes ensure that the revenue is actually used for necessary to exercise the powers that are actually described by an existing statute of 60.105. And with that, it is acceptable to offer. I move for passage.
Mr. Herrero sends for an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? Mr. Murphy, for what purpose? Mr. Herrero, do you yield?
I yield for questions.
I just have a question
Mr. Ver-
about the significance of the bill number, 1492. Did the author happen to help pick that number for the bill?
No, but I wish I had. It would be really intriguing, and it was brought to my attention earlier. But yes, 1492 is relevant, obviously, to navigation, and this is a navigation bill, so this is just by coincidence.
It's a good number. Congratulations.
Thank you. Move for passage.
The question occurs on the passage or engrossment of House Bill 1492. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1492 is passed to engrossment.
I'll do my best.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 624. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 624 by Shine, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain offenses committed in retaliation for on or account of a person's service or status as a public servant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, after local incidents involving public doxing and attacking police officers in Texas, it's become apparent that the criminal code needs to be corrected. House Bill 624 would amend the penal code as it relates to punishments. Under the provisions of the bill, punishments for certain offenses would be increased to the next higher category of a victim of a public servant, relative of a public servant, and the offense involved property belonging to the public servant. House Bill 624 would increase the penalty for those who harass, intimidate, threaten, stalk, damage property, or trespass on property belonging to a public servant or their family. I believe there's a couple amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Shine, for bringing this important bill today. Members, by now, every member in this body has made some sort of public statement about the news that came this weekend of a disturbing assault on a legislative staffer. Although we don't know much about this staffer, I know we can all agree that she's more than just a staffer. When a criminal attacks a public servant, they're not just attacking the person at a desk, they're attacking public service. So what my amendment does, it includes in the great list of offenses that Representative Shine has offered to the body, the following additional offenses: unlawful disclosure or promotion of intimate visual material, sexual coercion, unlawful electronic transmission of intimate visual material, and sexual assault. This amendment is agreeable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment is also acceptable to the author. The bill lays out that this legislation will protect family members. This just simply defines that a family member is within the second degree of consanguinity, consistent with the penal code, and I thank Colonel Shine for bringing this important legislation.
Ms. Johnson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, move passage.
The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 624. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 624 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4436. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4436 by Serie relating to the operation of aircraft in or on protected freshwater areas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Serie to explain the bill.
Madam Speaker, members, House Bill 4436 is a combination of two of my passions, which is the outdoors and flying. In 2003, the legislature passed a law prohibiting motor vehicles in navigable waterways with a few limited exceptions. This law did not seek to prohibit an individual's access to these public lands. The main purpose of it was to limit off-road vehicles in riverbeds. Last year, I was made aware of some of the signs posted in a local FBO stating that landing of aircraft in riverbeds was prohibited. I know plenty of pilots who have done this over the years, but we have found that Parks and Wildlife, in reading the letter of the law, determined a few years ago that planes qualified as motor vehicles under a somewhat broadly worded definition. This practice is legal in other states to increase access to the outdoors. This bill would simply clarify that aircrafts are allowed to land in or on protected freshwater areas so long as they avoid harming the natural habitat. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 4436. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 4436 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1709. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1709 by Niave, relating to status offenses committed by a child, including the repeal of the status offense of a child voluntarily running away from home.
Chair recognizes Ms. Nieves to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Bill 1709 does the following. It prevents children from being held in a detention facility for more than 24 hours if they've committed a status offense. A status offense is an action that is only considered a violation of law due to the youth status as a minor. It also removes running away as a form of delinquent conduct and as a status offense. I move passage.
Does anyone wish to speak on for or against the bill? The chair recognizes Ms. Nieves to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1709. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1709 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1535. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1535 by Click, relating to the medical use of low THC cannabis by patients with certain medical conditions and the establishment of compassionate use institutional review boards to evaluate and approve proposed research programs to study the medical use of low THC cannabis and the treatment of certain patients.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in 2015, I had the honor of creating the compassionate use program to make low THC cannabis available to patients with intractable epilepsy in Texas. My intent then and still is to have a truly medical program that follows the scientific data. The bill in front of us, HB 1535, proposes a few additional changes. It creates the Medical Cannabis Research Program under HHSC. It raises the THC limit for low THC cannabis from 0.5 to 5%. And finally, it adds 5 conditions. It includes all cancer, chronic pain that would otherwise be treated with an opioid, PTSD, medical conditions in the research program, and debilitating medical conditions defined by DSHs. Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment.
Mr. Morales, for what purpose?
Does the author yield?
Ms. Click, do you yield?
For questions?
For questions. She yields.
Representative Click, you and I had an opportunity to discuss PTSD prevalence amongst victims of sexual assault. Is that correct?
We did. And that specifically the amendment that I plan to lay out will deal with that.
And in those discussions, the studies showed that close to 50% of PTSD in the United States is due to physical or sexual violence.
That is correct. In fact, that number could be higher than it is for veterans.
Correct. The statistics are alarming when you consider that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men experience some form of sexual violence based on the discussions that we had and the information that we reviewed. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
And based on our communications, you were amenable to amending your bill so that we could encompass those victims of sexual assault or sexual violence.
That is correct. That is what the amendment, when they lay my amendment out, will do.
Representative Click, I want to thank you for being so patient with a freshman, asking you questions about this bill, and also your professionalism and letting me play a part in this small amendment that I think will help many people, men and women, in light of recent actions that have taken place here at the Capitol, as you well know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Click.
Chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill, the amendment.
Members, as we were just discussing, this amendment will currently in the drafted version of the bill, it's just for veterans with PTSD. And believe it or not, the number is actually higher for survivors of sexual assault than it is for veterans. And we need to include them in that. Sexual assault is more likely to cause PTSD than any other event. 32% of the victims of severe physical assault also develop PTSD. This amendment simply adds all forms of diagnosed PTSD and clarifies chronic pain as a qualifying condition. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Click sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Click to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 1535. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1535 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask that the comments between Chairman Click and Representative Morales be reduced and placed in the journal, reduced to writing.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1693. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1693 by Shaheen, relating to access to the Financial Responsibility Verification Program by Justice and Municipal Courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, HB 1693 gives justice of the peace courts and municipal courts the ability to access motor vehicle insurance verification program called Texas Sure to verify if Texas drivers have auto insurance. As you know, drivers in Texas can be ticketed who don't have sufficient auto insurance. Citizens can appeal these tickets in court by showing proof that they have insurance. However, JP and municipal courts do not have access to Texas Sure to show whether a citizen has sufficient auto insurance. HB 1693 authorizes these courts to have access to Texas Sure to verify auto insurance. Madam Speaker, I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close on the bill.
Madam Speaker, I close.
The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 1693. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1693 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1919. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1919 by Harris, relating to prohibited practices for certain health benefit plan issuers and pharmacy benefit managers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Bill 1919 addresses some of the antitrust practices of pharmacy benefit managers by defining actions which constitute an impermissible referral of a patient. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply changes page 1, line 23 from the word provider to pharmacy. I move adoption.
Mr. Harrison's the put amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment merely requires that the manner chosen to reimburse Texas Medicaid be clearly identified and readily available so as to avoid surprise or ambiguity. I move adoption.
Mr. Harrison's up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? Mr. Cassell, for what purpose?
Yes, ma'am. Raise a point of order in Rule 4, Section 32C, 2 and 5 on the bill analysis.
Please bring your point of order forward. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1919. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1919 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1757. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1757 by Kraus, relating to recordings of peace officers' performance of official duties and interactions with the public, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kraus to explain the bill. Is Mr. Kraus on the House floor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Bill 1757 is a bill that codifies case law that says a citizen has the right to videotape peace officers in the scope of their duties. We've taken a lot of pains to make sure we're not inhibiting law enforcement from doing what they're needing to do, but you have a right to record them, and then you also, it's going to be a crime if a law enforcement official takes and destroys that recording. We do have a perfecting amendment, however, and I'd like to lay that out.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kraus.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kraus to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was some concern that there was no intent element with the destruction of that recording at one point, so we've actually added some language in there. The officer has to have the intent to destroy that to take away from the verity and the admissibility of the evidence. So if you have a situation where a police officer is maybe blocking a dead body out of respect for the deceased and not trying to hide evidence, that doesn't contemplate that here. So we want to make sure police can still continue to do the job they can do, but those First Amendment rights are protected. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Kraus sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1757. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1757 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2030. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2030 by Turner of Tarrant, relating to the establishment by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board of a grant program for regional post-secondary education collaboratives.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, research shows that students experiencing poverty are much more likely to delay or cancel their post-secondary plans than higher income kids. In Texas, only 13% of economically disadvantaged eighth graders today will complete a post-secondary degree within 6 years. That's roughly 150,000 students every year, compared with 23% for all students. And as a result of the pandemic, more students than ever are experiencing poverty, and fewer are attaining the education and skills necessary to be competitive in today and tomorrow's economic environment here in Texas. If the state were able to increase our completion rate for economically disadvantaged eighth graders to 24%, just 24%, 1 out of 4, the result would be an additional $18 billion in lifetime earnings for those students. And the additional 17,000 skilled employees per year that we would gain would also help narrow the skills gap between job seekers and the employers that are seeking to hire them. So House Bill 2030 works to narrow these gaps by establishing a competitive grant program that improves post-secondary completion rates among low-income students through outcomes-based funding. And this bill would be entirely funded through federal dollars appropriated for the purpose of COVID-19 relief. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2030. A record vote has been requested by Representative Biederman. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes and 58 nays, House Bill 2030 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1752. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1752 by Oliverson, relating to benefit review conferences under the Texas Workers' Compensation System.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1752 is an efficiency bill for the Department of Workers' Compensation. It's a biennial recommendation from the Division of Workers' Comp and the Office of Injured Employee Counsel. What it does is it allows for benefit review conferences to be done by video conference or phone while simultaneously allowing a good cause exception for them to be held in person. And I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1752. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1752 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1897. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1897 by Sanford, relating disclosure requirements for agreements consenting to municipal annexation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford for a motion.
I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1897 until 10 a.m. Monday, May the 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. If there any objection, chair hears none. Motion prevails.
Oh, is it really?
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2041. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2041 by Lemon, relating to the disclosure of appraisal reports in connection with the use of eminent domain authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont for a motion.
Thank you. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2041 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion prevails. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1777 by Oliverson, relating to disclosures and standards required for certain annuity transactions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, members, that was a little rapid. House Bill 1777 clarifies and improves certain requirements for folks that sell annuities, requiring improved benefit standard with respect to the insurance agent's responsibility to make sure that the products they're offering are actually to the benefit of the consumer that's purchasing them. And I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1777. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1777 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2205. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2205 by Romero, relating to applicability of the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code to certain pools, spas, and other swimming areas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last session, the legislature overwhelmingly passed 2858 to ensure that the state of Texas eliminated a patchwork of municipal regulations, and we adopted unified building codes for swimming pools. 2205 is necessary because DSHS overstepped their agency authority by using expanded rulemaking to include oversight and rules governing aspects of pool and spa construction and repair. 2205 will ensure that DSHS adopts rules to comply with international building codes as of 2019. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 2205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2205 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 781. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 781 by Sanford, relating to the carrying and possession of a handgun by a public junior college school marshal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, HB 781 aims to simply give school marshals the option to conceal carry as opposed to being required to lock their handgun in a secure safe.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker and members. This amendment would require public junior colleges to hold an election for students, faculty, and staff in order to authorize a school marshal program. The election would only require 20% participation of those eligible to vote and then require a 2/3 majority in favor of the marshal program to pass. Unlike the school marshal program in K through 12 schools, the majority of people who school marshals would be protecting are adults who are capable of understanding their own security and safety needs. By giving them the opportunity to vote on the implementation of the program, we're ensuring that the decision is the will of the people on campus who will be impacted by this legislation. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll be opposing this amendment because the process is already in place for the duly elected board members and administration to make these decisions. I'll ask you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on her amendment.
This amendment simply allows the people on campuses to take a vote to establish whether they're in favor of the Marshall program there. I close.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Representative Goodwin. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting no. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. Show Mr. Murphy voting no. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes, 81 nays, the amendment fails. Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to close on the bill.
Speaker, members, move passage.
The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 781. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 781 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3111. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3111 by Meyer, relating to the criminal offense of online solicitation relating to a minor, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. HB 311 will help fix a current loophole in the penal code that makes it difficult to prosecute individuals who attempt to solicit a minor. It is currently against the law for an adult to directly solicit a minor with the intent to engage in inappropriate sexual behavior, but does not address an adult soliciting another individual with the intent being that the solicitation would result in someone having sexual contact with a minor. This bill fixes that loophole. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The question occurs on the passage and engrossment of House Bill 3111. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3111 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3360. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3360 by Murr, relating to civil actions by civilly committed individual.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Madam Speaker, members, this bill establishes protocols for vexatious litigants housed at the Texas Civil Commitment Center located in Littlefield, Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3360. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3360 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2112. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2112 by Metcalf, relating to the carrying of holstered handguns by handgun license holders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, currently a person carrying a handgun under the authority of their license to carry a handgun in plain view in a public place is limited to two methods of carrying: in a shoulder holster or in a belt holster. This requirement causes confusion about lawful conduct, undermines self-defense. It does not serve rational purpose. House Bill 2112 will remove the shoulder or belt requirement, simply just require a holster. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of 2112. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2112 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3962. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3962 by Niave, relating to the powers and duties of a domestic relations office.
Chair recognizes Ms. Niave for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3962 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion prevails. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2441. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2441 by White, relating to the imposition and collection of fines, fees, and court costs in criminal cases.
The chair recognizes Mr. White for a motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2441 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion prevails. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3973. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3973 by Wally, relating to the composition and use of money in the Oil and Gas Regulation and Cleanup Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In chairing the House Appropriations Subcommittee hearings on Articles 6, 7, and 8, the Railroad Commission brought to our attention the issues created by the revenue volatility in the energy sector that they regulate. And so House Bill 3937 offers a long-term solution to improve the Railroad Commission's funding stability within the Oil and Gas Regulation and Cleanup Fund, also known as the OGRC. So whether the revenue generated by this industry activity is up or down, the Railroad Commission needs consistent funding to carry out their regulatory duties. So HB 3937 changes the OGRC fund by exempting it from paying employee benefits and replacing that with GR, allowing it to retain interest and to collect all administrative, civil, and criminal penalties, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3973. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3973 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 332. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 332 by Tallarico, relating to expanding the compensatory education allotment to allow funds to be used to implement social emotional learning programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are experiencing a mental health crisis in our schools. This bill would allow school districts to use the comp ed allotment to fund social emotional learning programs. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 332. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 332 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2043. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2043 by Lamont, relating to the qualification of land for appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes as agricultural land and the liability for the additional tax imposed on such land if the use of the land changes as a result of condemnation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lamont for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2043 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion prevails. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2893. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2893 by Herrero, relating to the establishment by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs of Colonia self-help centers in certain counties and to the representation of those counties on the Colonia Resident Advisory Committee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill would establish a Colonia Self-Help Center in Nueces County and add one more member of the Colonia Resident Advisory Committee and move for the adoption of this bill.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 2893. A record vote has been requested by Representative Slayton. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Herrero voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King and Himhill voting aye. There being 89 ayes and 54 nays, House Bill 2893 is passed to engrossment.
Thank you.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3643. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3643 by King of Hemphill relating to the creation of the Texas Commission on Virtual Education.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3643 would create the Texas Commission on Virtual Education to evaluate the current state of virtual education and provide the legislature with recommendations on the delivery and funding for virtual curriculum. I move passage.
The question occurs in passage and engrossment of HB 3643. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3643 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3039. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3039 by Elsie relating to the electronic transmission of certain notices approved by the Railroad Commission of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Elsie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, HB 3039 authorizes the Railroad Commission, Oil and Gas Division, and Surface Mining Division to issue required notices electronically. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3039. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3039 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, there's a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. SB 1499, Buckingham, relating to the municipal denannexation.
Mr.
of
Messenger.
certain areas formerly
Mr.
designated
Messenger.
as a census-designated place. Respectfully, Patsy Spall, Secretary of the
Can you bring Mr. Springer back to the Senate with you, please?
Yes.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3034. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3034 by Campos relating to the establishment of a statewide homelessness data system.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3034 until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3394. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3394 by Metcalf relating to determining the incapacity of a proposed guardian or guardian.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3394 will allow judges to investigate through court investigator or ad litem whether a probable cause exists to believe a guardian has become incapacitated and to allow for an independent medical exam to establish capacity and incapacity to continue as guardian. I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment of HB 3394. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3394 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2499. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2499 by Stuckey relating to the wearing of a personal flotation device while being towed behind a motorboat, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 2499 would require that everyone of all ages must wear a life jacket while being towed behind a motorboat or while engaged in water sports in or on a wake of a motorboat.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for
Yes,
questions?
sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the intent. So anybody who is getting towed behind a boat and doesn't have a life jacket now would be subject to a criminal offense. Is that what your bill does?
Up to a $500 fine, sir.
But it's a criminal offense.
Up to a $500 fine.
So yes, it's a criminal offense.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a Class C misdemeanor if I'm on a raft behind my boat and I don't put my life jacket on, whether I'm 1-year-old or 50 years old, you're going to create a crime for being behind a boat without a life jacket.
It will save lives, sir.
I think we should be concerned with saving liberty.
It'll save lives.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. King, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman
Yes,
yield
sir.
for question. Gentleman yields.
Representative Stuckey, when this bill came through the Committee on CRT, we had this discussion. Is this not the current law for people being towed behind, say, a wave runner already?
Yes, sir. That's already the law.
Sir, you're just adding boats into what's already law on other watercraft.
Yes, sir. And we're doing that because the latest sport is now the riding the wave behind a boat, and they're only 5 to 10 feet behind that boat where the exhaust of the boat is, and they don't have a tow rope or anything, and they're more susceptible to pass out from carbon monoxide. We want to make it the same as behind a personal watercraft.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll be voting aye.
Thank you, sir.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2499. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Biederman. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Stuckey voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting nay. All members voting. All members voting. There being 74 ayes and 64 nays, HB 2499 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3476. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3476 by Schofield, relating to certificates of public convenience and necessity issued to water utilities inside the boundaries or extraterritorial jurisdiction of certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill would prohibit a city from requiring the use of the city's water rules outside the city limits, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3476. All in favor say aye. All in favor say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3476 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3746. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3746 by Capric-Leon, relating to certain notifications required following a breach of security of computerized data.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capric-Leon to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, House Bill 3746 requires that the Attorney General's office make data breach information publicly accessible on their website rather than through a Public Information Act request. Databases will exclude any sensitive personal information and will also require an additional question of how many people have been affected by the data breach. This will give the state a more accurate picture of how many data breach victims are sufficiently notified that their PII has been compromised. That being said, Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Members, I thank Representative Capric-Leon on his openness to work with me on to clarify what we are asking of those who have a breach. My main goal here is to balance our collective privacy interests, but not putting any information out there that may cause further complications down the road that might empower hackers to come back. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the officer.
Mr. Stuckey sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objecting to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Capric-Leon to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3746. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3746 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1382. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1382 by Busey, relating to the electronic system to monitor the status of a ballot voted by mail application and ballot.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1382 would require a tracking database to be developed and maintained by the Secretary of State that voters could use to check the status of their application and ballot to vote by mail. This bill has safeguards built in to ensure voters' privacy, includes cleanup provisions that facilitate the timely upload of the data needed to maintain the tracker by the individual, counties of their Secretary of State, and would increase efficiency, convenience, and the public's confidence in the elections in our state. This is something we saw many counties implement last election cycle individually. This would make a uniform tracking database, centralize it, and it can be accomplished with existing resources. Members, this is a bipartisan bill that came out of our committee unanimously, and we've worked on it extensively with stakeholders to get it right. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the amendment.
Chairman, members, in 2016,
Mr. Speaker.
Democrat voters...
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Toth Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 of the rules on the ground. The amendment is not germane, and on Rule 11, Section 6, it is indefinite.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1382. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1382 is passed in engrossment. Is Dr. Oliverson on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 3754. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3754 by Oliverson, relating to the regulation of the pledging or encumbering of domestic insurers' assets in accordance with marketplace practices.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3754 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 3rd.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3827. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3827 by Wilson, relating to the municipal disannexation of certain areas formerly designated as a census-designated place.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3827 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 6th.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1938. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1938 by Jeton, relating to a grant program for law enforcement agencies to defray the cost of data storage for recordings created with body-worn cameras.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1938 creates a grant program for law enforcement agencies to defray the cost of data storage for recordings created by body-worn cameras. The biggest obstacle for most agencies in implementing body cameras is not the equipment cost, but actually the storage costs. The grant would exist under the Office of Governor, similar to the grant for the body camera equipment.
The question occurs on the passage of the engrossment of HB 1938. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1938 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2086. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2086 by Morales of Maverick, relating to appeals from an interlocutory order denying a motion for summary judgment by certain contractors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2086 cleans up the process for an interlocutory appeal for general contractors.
Members back up.
On a highway
Members back
construction
up. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to lay out his very first bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Get some. Come on.
Tortilla chips are not allowed on the floor of the House. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Nevadas, you look like a different man.
Yeah, and I forgot how to play guitar.
So just for the sake of the body, because it's a nice thing to remember, is it true that in your district, the mayor in one of your towns is a live goat?
Yes, it is true.
Okay, what's the name of that goat?
Good question. I don't know the name.
Oh, I think you got a problem, sir. Do you know he's a beer-drinking goat?
I assume he or she is, yes.
How big is your district, Representative?
It's 12 counties, 12 county judges, 27 school districts, and it's the largest House district in the state of Texas and bigger than 17 U.S. states.
And you think you're, how do you feel about representing that district?
I feel great. I think I have some big shoes to fill from my predecessor, but looking forward to it, and as well as his deskmate.
I agree. Are you aware that your predecessor, although one of my very, very dear friends, killed a lot of my bills?
I'm aware of that.
I just want to advise you that from a biblical perspective, the sins of the father apply here, so your bills might be dying.
Don't take it out on the new guy.
Mr. Speaker?
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
I yield for questions.
Representative Morales, I want you to tell the House floor who makes the best chips in the House of Representatives.
Well, of course, it would have to be the Piedras Negras Tortilla Factory, and yours truly as the owner.
And who makes the best salsa?
Representative Morales. It stayed in the last name with the Morales' clan.
Woohoo! All right, welcome to the House.
Thank you.
That is subject to debate, Ms. Morales. Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yield.
Yield for questions, Mr. Chairman? Yes.
Can you hear? This work not. Therefore.
All I heard was
No,
Kickapoo Casino.
No, I want to tell you, I have been here quite some time now, and this is the first time I get to serve with a husband and wife team in the House of Representatives. And it's, you know, I see how it works. You're in Eagle Pass, she's in Houston, it works.
Yeah.
Right? So, and you got the best chips, she has the best salsa.
The salsa?
And so this is what you get, right? I appreciate it. But also, let me say, we needed more morals in this House, and so it's great that we now have twice as many morals as we had last session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for question?
The gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
yields.
Representative Morales, you realize this is the Texas House of Representatives.
Yes, sir.
It serves in Texas is a part of the United States of America.
Yes, sir.
But you got elected in Piedras Negras?
No, sir. It was House District 74.
Piedras Negras is in Mexico or the United States?
Piedras Negras is in Mexico.
So your business is Mexican?
That was the name when my parents acquired it 33 years ago.
So you don't like Eagle Pass?
I love Eagle Pass.
And your parents didn't like Eagle Pass?
They do love Eagle Pass.
Why didn't they name the chips after Eagle Pass?
It already had that name when they acquired
Las
it.
Águilas pasan?
We could definitely consider that as a viable option.
So I hear your parents had a palenque.
My dad obtained the concession in the 80s and also in 1997.
Do you still go to the palenque? Do you still go to the palenque?
Only in legal countries, sir.
Do you sell chips in the palenque?
At times, chips have been sold.
So you regularly see your constituents in Mexico?
That happens, yes, sir. And sometimes we go out with them.
It's been a pleasure. I'm so glad you're here, Representative Morales.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Oliverson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question or two?
Would the gentleman
Doctor-
yield?
Yeah.
Gentleman yields.
Dr. Yes, I yield for
Representative, I understand that you are an expert on tortilla chips, and I just wanted to see if I could pry some secrets from you. Can you tell me what are the chief ingredients of a good tortilla chip?
You can look at the back of the bag and the ingredients are listed in there, Doctor.
But I mean, would you be able to sort of describe the process by which the ideal tortilla chip is created?
If we do, we have to kill you, so
because I've got some members here that might be taking notes as you're writing, because it seems like you make a damn good tortilla chip.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to be able to share our tortilla chips in House District 74 with every one of y'all.
How long has that been in your family, by the way?
It's going a little bit over 33 years. The last 5 years I've been the owner.
Wow. Well, welcome to the Texas House Representative. It's great to have you here. You got a great bill.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
Yes. Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield?
Vice Chair, I do, yes, for questions.
Yields.
Well, I just have a couple of questions, and everybody likes to pass their first bill, and I think, would you be willing to give every member in here a lifetime supply of those tortilla chips?
Y'all are going to run me out of business.
I mean, they're so good. I mean, I was over here taking notes, but thank you for bribing us with 2 bags already. And I just want to say to you, welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing of engrossment of HB 2086. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2086 is passed in engrossment. Members, we're almost finished. We have a few administrative items left. Please do not leave the House floor. The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1485 failed to pass to engrossment.
Members, we will take up the motion to reconsider tomorrow. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I request permission to introduce a House bill relating to the prohibition of sexual harassment by lobbyists.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. This motion requires a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Show Mr. Patty voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Price voting aye. Show Ms. You're voting. All members voting. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, the permission to introduce is granted. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner of Tarrant for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House Democratic Caucus, just a reminder, we have our meeting today at 3:30 in the Members Extension Lounge. Again, 3:30 today, House Democratic Caucus. Thank you.
The following bills on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 4661 by Thompson of Harris, relating to a prohibition on sexual harassment by lobbyists, referred to the Committee on State Affairs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on State Affairs in a public hearing on Thursday, April 29, 2021 at 8 a.m. in room E1.004, the Capitol Extension Auditorium, to consider HB 4661 by Thompson of Harris,
relating to a prohibition on sexual harassment by lobbyists, and HB 3906 by Goldman relating to the regulation of political funds, campaigns, and lobbying, including certain functions and procedures of the Texas Ethics Commission.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion adopted. Members, we're going to adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills. The chair is going to recognize Mr. Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session today, pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess, or during bill referral if permission is granted, or authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Representative Patty moves that the House adjourns, pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Thursday. The objection, the chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned, pending the reading and referral of bills. The following bills and resolutions on first reading.
HB 4658 by Bales relating to the creation of the Huntsville Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Walker County, Texas, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment, fees, and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land Resource Management. HJR 165 by Jatron, proposing a constitutional amendment providing additional powers to the State Commission on Judicial Conduct with respect to candidates for judicial office, referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. HCR 100 by Craddock, congratulating Maria M. Ramirez on her retirement from the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 881 by Buckley, in memory of David Scott Dumler of Killeen, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 882 by Darby, commending the Texas Department of Public Safety for protecting the Capitol complex in Austin and extending appreciation to all members of the agency, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 883 by Hinojosa, congratulating James B. Crow on his retirement as Executive Director of the Texas Association of School Boards, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 884 by LZ, congratulating the Midlothian Heritage High School girls soccer team on winning the 2021 UIL 4A state championship, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 885 by Metcalf, electing the children of House members to the office of mascot, referred to the Committee on House Administration. HR 886 by Metcalf, designating the grandchildren of House members as honorary mascots, referred to the Committee on House Administration. HR 887 by Fierro, commending the work of nonprofit Bookstar Gyms in El Paso during the COVID-19 pandemic, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 888 by Jatan, commending Raisa Jair, Zunira Farouk, and Samar Sidqui for their work as founders of the Arzu Water Project, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 889 by Jatan, honoring Attack Poverty for its service during Winter Storm Uri, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 890 by Jatan, honoring Sugarland City Councilman Nishad Kermally for his service during the Winter Storm Uri, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 891 by Toad, the memory of Dr. William Varner of the Woodlands, referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. SB 49 by Zaffarini, relating to procedures regarding defendants who are or may be persons with a mental illness or intellectual disability, referred to the Committee on Corrections. SB 109 by West, relating to the criminal offense of fraudulent securing of document execution, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 184 by Johnson, relating to reports on the prevalence of eating disorders and eating disorder-related deaths in the state, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 202 by Schwertner, relating to the payment of certain employer contributions for employed retirees of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 226 by Paxton, relating to construction and educator training programs regarding digital learning, and virtual instruction, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 456 by Lucio, relating to the donation of juror reimbursements, referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 462 by Lucio, relating to funding under the transportation allotment for transporting meals and instruction materials to students during a declared disaster, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 475 by Nelson, relating to state agency and local government information management and security, including establishment of the State Risk and Authorization Management Program and the Texas Volunteer Incident Response Team authorizing fees, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 476 by Nelson, relating to establishment of county adult sexual assault response teams, referred to the Committee on County Affairs. SB 604 by Betancourt, relating to bonds issued by and the dissolution of municipal management districts, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 609 by Alvarado, relating to the creation of the Texas Music incubator rebate program to provide for rebates of a portion of certain taxes collected from certain music venues and promoters of certain music festivals, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 615 by Zaffarini, relating to probate and guardianship matters and proceedings and other matters involving probate courts, referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 642 by West, relating to the provision of mental health services for certain children at risk of relinquishment, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 739 by Birdwell, relating to the presiding officers of the Board of Directors of certain river authorities, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 766 by Huffman, relating to sexually oriented businesses, including a requirement to participate in the Federal Electronic Verification of Employment Authorization Programs, or E-Verify, and restricting the age of persons employed by or allowed on the premises, creating criminal offenses, referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 782 by Hinojosa, relating to authorizing the sale of certain real property by the State of Texas to the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 787 by Lucio, relating to the designation of Farm to Market Road 1479 in Cameron County is the Bobby Morrow Memorial Highway, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 791 by Campbell, relating to the issuance of specialty license plates to the United States Navy submariners, referred to the Committee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 794 by Campbell, relating to eligibility for the exemption from ad valorem taxation of the residence homestead of a totally disabled veteran, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 795 by Campbell, relating to an exemption from the requirement that the title of a state agency be printed on state-owned motor vehicles, referred to the Committee on Defense and Veterans Affairs. SB 799 by Nelson, relating to contracting procedures and requirements for governmental entities, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 818 by Powell, relating to unemployment compensation eligibility and chargebacks regarding certain persons separated from employment due to being called to military service, referred to the Committee on Business and Industry. SB 907 by Perry, relating to the application for and issuance of a marriage license through the use of remote technology, referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. SB 922 by Seliger, relating to contracts for fingerprinting services entered into by the Department of Public Safety of the State of Texas, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 937 by Campbell, relating to an excused absence from a public institution of higher education for a student called to required military service, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 966 by Colcourse, relating to legislative oversight during a public health disaster or public health emergency, including the establishment of a legislative public health oversight board, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 968 by Colcourse, relating to public health disaster or public health emergency preparedness and response, providing a civil penalty, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 969 by Colcourse, relating to reporting procedures for and information concerning public health disasters and to certain public health studies, providing a civil penalty, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 985 by Buckingham, relating to reports by the Public Utility Commission of Texas on the ability of electric generators to respond to abnormal weather conditions, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1019 by Zaffarini, relating to a requirement for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to report certain student loan data, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1063 by Alvarado, relating to courses in personal financial literacy and economics for high school students in public schools, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1125 by Perry, relating to the disposition of certain controlled substance property and plants seized by or forfeited to a law enforcement agency, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1145 by Perry, relating to marketing and labeling requirements for certain food products, including imitation meat and egg food products, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1158 by Colcourse, relating to state contracts with and investments in social media companies that censor political speech, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1164 by Campbell, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of sexual assault, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1245 by Perry, relating to the farm and ranch survey conducted by the Comptroller for purposes of estimating the productivity value of qualified open space land as part of the study of school district taxable values, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1257 by Birdwell, relating to the information required to be provided by the Chief Appraiser of an appraisal district to the Comptroller in connection with the Comptroller's Central Registry of Reinvestment Zones designated in ad valorem tax abatement agreements executed under the Property Redevelopment and Tax Abatement Act, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1261 by Birdwell, relating to the exclusive jurisdiction of the state to regulate greenhouse gas emissions in the state and the express preemption of local regulation of those emissions, referred to the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 1281 by Hancock, relating to certificates of public convenience and necessity for certain transmission projects, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1354 by Miles, relating to the prosecution of the offense of injury to a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual, referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1371 by Huffman, relating to the reporting of certain instances of sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, or stalking at certain public or private institutions of higher education, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1372 by Huffman, relating to the evaluation and reporting of investment practices and performance of certain public retirement systems, referred to the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 1385 by Creighton, relating to the compensation and professional representation of student athletes participating in intercollegiate athletic programs at certain institutions of higher education, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1449 by Betancourt, relating to the exemption from ad valorem taxations of income-producing tangible personal property having a value of less than a certain amount, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1522 by Taylor, relating to the adjustment of the average daily attendance of a school district on the basis of a comedy, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1531 by West, relating to formula funding for excess undergraduate credit hours at public institutions of higher education and to the tuition rate that may be charged for those credit hours, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1534 by Buckingham relating to remedial plans issued by the State Board of Dental Examiners to address complaints against dentists and dental hygienists referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1578 by Colkhorst relating to the use of opinions from medical professionals and making certain determinations relating to the abuse of neglect of a child referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. SB 1615 by Betancourt relating to the adult high school charter school program referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1692 by Miles relating to the provision of home dialysis care by dialysis technician referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1696 by Paxton relating to establishing a system for the sharing of information regarding cyber attacks or other cybersecurity incidences occurring in school in the state referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1727 by Nichols relating to certain local government corporations created for the development, construction, operation, management, or financing of transportation projects referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1780 by Creighton relating to the protection of public health in this state, including through the establishment of the Texas Epidemic Public Health Institute of the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1817 by Seliger relating to motor vehicle titles, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1829 by Hinojosa relating to maintaining and distributing certain Medicaid managed care directories, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 2016 by Johnson relating to the applicability of certain provisions mandating the provision by certain health benefit plans of health benefits requiring cost defrayal by the state, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 2038 by Menendez relating to fees and prices charged by freestanding emergency medical care facilities, providing administrative penalties, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 2116 by Campbell relating to prohibiting contracts or other agreements with certain foreign-owned companies in connection with critical infrastructure in the state, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2187 by Nichols relating to passenger transportation on state aircraft, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2188 by Seliger relating to the municipal or county regulation of residential detention facilities for immigrant or refugee children, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2212 by West relating to the duty of a peace officer to request and render aid for an injured person, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety.
Pursuant to the motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.